in the tundra where the chill gives birth, rises a beacon of unmeasured worth. Yakograd stands with its banner so bold, a land of a story that's yet to be told. Oh, Yakograd, we raise our cheers. Through icy winds your voice appears. The Yak, our guide, strong, steady and true. With Commissary J, the future's new. Fields of frost silver, rivers that gleam. Every heartbeat swears to the dream. From peak to valley, our pride won't fade. In the Republic, the greatest is made. Oh, Yakograd, we raise our cheers. Through icy winds, your voice appears. The Yak, our guide, strong, steady and true. With Commissary J, the future's new. Every storm we weather, we stand refined. EJ, commanding both heart and mind. The Yak shall graze where the heavens bow. To Yakograd we make this vow. Oh, Yakograd, we raise our cheers. Through icy winds your voice appears. The Yak, our guide, strong, steady and true. With Commissary J, the future's new.
Hello everyone, it is time to face wall. I am Comrade host TJ, and it is time to play Workers in the Soviet Republic. How's everybody doing today? Not great. What is this, Phil? What do you want me to see? As expected, SpaceX will demolish the legacy hardware in buildings from the Delta IV Heavy and Space Shuttle at Complex 6. SpaceX would still use some buildings like the HIF for rocket integration. Some people are really mad about this. All right. It's not like they ever launched a shuttle in it or anything, so who cares? It sucks, but what are you gonna do? Like, I'd prefer SpaceX put something there and use the stupid thing, dude. Right? Like, that sucks, man. Like, people are mad because things that should have been saved weren't. So now when everything historical gets tossed, people get angry, I guess. Yeah, I mean, at least somebody's using it. I did a deep dive on that once about why they can't really use those structures. It's Falcon's too tall.
you're not really going to be able to utilize any of that. I can talk about it more during Space News if you guys want. Yeah. But the long story short is that you can't really build a HIF anywhere else, dude. Like, I thought, you know, like you could build a HIF right here, but you don't have enough room. There's not enough space to build one right here. I mean, you might be able to get away with it, but yeah, they're gonna... Yeah. Guys, like, whatever. It doesn't... I mean, they want the T's to roll out of this, roll out of the HIF, and they want the transporter erector way right here. And then, yeah. And they want to block off that flame trench and just utilize this one. That's a lot of modifications, but I kind of wish they would just demolish this, build a HIF here, and just roll it back and forth. I thought that, you know, then you could utilize the mobile service tower, which is tall enough. That structure, the shuttle assembly building, the SAB is not tall enough. But, yeah, hey, whatever. Perhaps we can do a little bit of a deeper dive into Slick 6 for a change, for Space News. And I can show you guys why people like that pad a lot and why it's so cool and why demolishing that structure a lot of people are bummed out about. Like, I could show you why if you want to know. Did I see the incident with Cleet's brother Parker? No. It's not shuttle era, Jim. That the upside down L-shaped service tower that's on the right hand side, the structure that I just said is tall enough to be a mobile service tower for Falcon 9 is not shuttle hardware, it's Titan hardware. Specifically, that pad has a lot of heritage in that the mobile service towers, one of them is from the shuttle program, but the other one on the right hand side is from the Gemini MOL program, dating to the earliest parts of the space program in the early 1960s. The Air Force wanted to launch people on a Gemini with a manned orbiting laboratory, which is basically a spy satellite with people on board. If you really want to know. It's a spy satellite with people on board. They wanted to launch it from there. They built that structure for it, and then they didn't because, one, spy satellites, they figured out ways to automate spy satellites, and two, they took the Air Force's manned research, like manned spaceflight program, and rolled it into NASA as part of the Apollo program. I sent you a DM. All right, man. Yeah, Dean, I got to figure out YouTube chat, dude. I've dropped the ball on it, man, to be honest. But yeah, I put a lot on my plate, and it's kind of self-inflicted. Why are we clicking on things? Stop clicking on things. So, all right, Dino, what do you got for me? Oh, mamacita. Hello. Bro. Wow. That's a 70. That's a 70 Coronet. It's got a split grill. Mine doesn't have the split grill. But, dude, Dean, he grafted the Viper hood. He's got the Viper louvers. He grafted it onto the stock 70 hood, which is... Oh, that's... Oh. Oh. sick, dude. I freaking love it. That's awesome. Whoa. Whoa. What the hell? That's badass, man. I like the subtle nod. He took an SRT 10 Viper hood and grafted it onto the 70 hood. And it looks right too, which is bruh. It's pretty good, man. Dude, that's pretty good. You should customize the Coronet someday to be cool too. Who says I'm not, man? I have plans for that car, Graham. The plans, probably not a Viper engine, but dude, I got something teed up that you guys would like. But we gotta start with a shell. We gotta start with a good shell. This done really well. He also followed some of the Viper lines in the paint. Yeah, that's Dodge Viper paint too. LS swap the Coronet. No. No. Gross. Ew. Disgusting. No, I don't want to LS swap it. I want a 5.7 Hemi swap, which is basically Dodge's version of an LS. Which is what we're going to do. Ew. I'm not putting a Chevy engine in a late 60s Mopar. That's lame. LS swaps don't do it for me anymore, dude. Alright. It's great. You know. Yeah, Dan. Nice. How's the elbow and the camera? I got a new camera, guys. Remo and I went on an excursion last night. All the stores ended up being closed. They closed early, which is really annoying. By the time we got there, they were closed. And then they postponed that Starlink launch till wicked late. But it did go off. I watched it while I was falling asleep. 28 flights for Booster 1067. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. But the camera's up. My elbow is... Yeah, it's healing. Dude, that's such a bad place to cut yourself, man. Whenever I was sleeping, I'd rub up against it and wake up. I really didn't get much sleep last night, which is why I'm like, today I'm like, can we play games or something, dude? Can we play games today? I'm kind of card out, believe it or not. Like, I'm just like, we need to just flip gears for a second. You don't swap it right away, perhaps build a Hemi and do a 392 or something. Nah, let's just get it in there. Or just get the 318 running, one or the other. Yeah, I have to... Guys, with the Dodge, I have to reassess what's going on now. Because believe it or not, I got to the point... That's the new camera, by the way. It is working. I was testing it. I gotta screw with the exposure. The Sony camera's better. This is a Vivitech or whatever, Vivicam or something. Sony doesn't make the CX405 anymore, which is what I was using, which was a great camera. I really should have been more patient and not crashed it, but... switching gears, I thought you were staying away from car stuff, yeah. I knocked the camera over when I put the new trunk pan in. Why such a tiny transmission? What? Who's talking about transmissions? Sorry, differential. That's the 7 1/4 diff. That's what the guy ordered it with. That's for highway driving. It's just for cruising. That's for getting better gas mileage. Believe it or not, they put it's a gutless rear end with a 318 in front of it. We'll fix that. It's got to have 273s in it. It's 7 1/4. Like, how many gear racers do they make for 7 1/4? That rear end sucks. People don't even bother fixing that. Like, even if the car came with a 7 1/4 from the rear end, people still like, nah. You can buy, so the performance rear ends would have been, a Dana 60 is like the top end rear end that you could put in those cars. And then, or an 8 1/4, or 8 3/4 rear end. 8 3/4 is a good rear ends. Those are pretty strong. How did you cut yourself? I finished cutting out the metal yesterday, Pigeon, and I forgot to put my jacket back on because I was trying to go a little quick. And I moved my elbow and it caught some of the jagged metal. But we have to retool because I have to get into not cutting metal out mode. And we have to start using CAD. We're going to have to start using cardboard aided design to start rebuilding, start coming up with templates to rebuild some of these brackets and then bend them to be correct. We'll use a vise and the angle grinder, or I'll invest in a nibbler so we can cut the metal out correctly. Yeah, we have to. I got most everything out of that rear end. That needs to be out of the back end of the car. That needs to be out of there. Yeah, that was a big milestone yesterday. We can actually start adding metal back to the rear of this car. So we'll probably do this tomorrow. We'll do summer car and then space news and then summer car again. What I have to do is a lot of the pieces that I cut out still have brackets and stuff on them that I need to get at. So we're going to need to cut all those out and try and save some of the brackets. I did cut through some of them, like the gas tank strap bracket, and we'll see if we can clean it up and weld the thing back together. Yeah, we'll see if we can clean them up and weld them back together and stuff. It'll be fun. Yeah, we're at the point where we could start rebuilding and repairing. We got to repair the frame rails. We got to repair the frame rail flanges, and then we got to rebuild from there. Start with the frame rails and just work your way back, and then level. We gotta. Now is the time to make sure we level the rails and make sure that everything is nice and straight and true back there. Because now is the time where we have maximum flexibility to do it. We also got, like I said, I got to start cutting out other parts, like the cross-member bracers for the rear bumper. We got to start cutting that stuff out. I might have a little bit more metal to cut out on the back of the frame rails, just so we can replace it and make it nice. But yeah, making the frame rails shouldn't be too hard. Making the frame rail ends? No, it shouldn't be that bad. I'm probably going to need more 16-gauge steel. I think there's a lot of rust. There's a lot of things we need to cut out. Some of it might be a little bit harder to cut out than others. But, we'll get it. I'm not worried. There's nothing in there that's beyond saving, you know? Yeah, SVO, you get banged up, man. That's how it is, dude. Plasma torch? I should probably invest in a plasma cutter, huh? But in good time, we have the grinding wheel. That's a lot cheaper of a solution. What's the plan for precision bending? A vise. Or I could go to Harbor Freight and buy a metal brake. I don't have any place to put a metal brake, but all right. Anyway, hey Mats, what's going on, dude? All right, we're back into the Yakograd Republic. That city I linked you last week, it is turned into a 12-year plan. I added something that will add 3 more years of construction, but also check the link, please. A lot of tunneling. Jeepers creepers, man. That's a lot of TBMs. Looks great, buddy. Man, you're factoring up a storm, dude. That's pretty good. Yeah, we're almost to April 1st, 1970. At April 1st, 1970, we gotta go. We're gonna go back into planning mode and plan on try to get where we're at for the next 10 years, dude. So let's rock and roll. Yeah, Microflora, this game is tough. What we were doing here is I'm building out expansions. We got to the point where I could build out all these structures here. So that's what we're doing. Let me check the status of my construction vehicles. Oh, we got plenty of construction stuff. Good to go. We got upgraded distribution over here. Upgraded distro to supply food. We have upgraded technical services, and we have to start being careful because, yeah, we are below 100 Gs. I never want to go below 100 grand. Gonna need to stabilize that heating plant for the winter. There are people working at it now, and yeah, we have the bus stop ready to go. In fact, you know what I should do? I should take this bus line, heating plant, go to the line control tool, plus in that bus line, and send it for just workers. We stopped railroad construction for the time being. I did take tell those buses to stop running. But we do have a bus station over here. I want to make sure that I set that correctly. That line did not set the main heating plant line. There we go. RF 977 microbus. I'm going to add 2 more microbuses to that line. I'm almost in the year 2000 and I only have construction materials in-house. I think that 1990 year you planned is going to fail in the water fast. Yeah, thanks for the vote of confidence, dude. I appreciate it. You underestimate my tenacity. Do you still work on the Pillar of Autumn? Matt, the Pillar of Autumn project is shelved right now. For right now. I put too much on my plate, dude. I have a problem with doing that. When Satisfactory 1.1 comes out, dude, we'll play it some more. How's your cut doing? It's fine, dude. It's just a little nick, guys. I mean, it bled all over the place just because that's meat. Like, that's a part where you're always moving, so the cut stretches a bunch of times, dude. Yeah, I'm fine, guys. Dude, look, you can't see me. I know you know, but, like, dude, I grew up in the 90s, okay? I grew up in the 90s and in the early 2000s. This was before the internet got real big. I was outside a lot. I got cuts, bruises, broken hands, broken fingers when I was a lot younger, dude. Like, this is nothing. That's nothing. That is nothing. I got all kinds of crazy cuts. Broke my wrist skateboarding. Did you disinfect it? Of course. That was the first thing I did. I just did it off. I did it when the cameras weren't looking violent because you can't show blood on stream does not is TOS violation. I didn't show it on camera on purpose. But yeah, Mats, we'll get back into the Pillar, dude. I just gotta. With content creation, you're into all kinds of things, dude. You kind of have to play the throw it at the wall and see what sticks. So I start these projects, and sometimes they stick and sometimes they don't. Workers stuck. The Coronet streams are kind of sticking. They're doing okay. I think people are sick of me cutting out metal on the car. We want to get brackets and stuff and make it look nice. You don't want to get cut by rusty metal. Believe me, I know. I actually got it, like, made sure I had my tetanus shots up to date before I started working on this project. But yeah, the Coronet project's doing okay. One giant spoiler. B-body Chryslers did come with a giant spoiler like that, dude, to be honest with you. So, that heating plant, we should have staff for that heating plant. We got, good. We got plenty of unemployment. 65% happiness and climbing, which is great. School is doing okay. Staff's doing okay. The supermarket over here is doing okay. Heating plant seems to be operating correctly. Spoiler, like the green car from the movie Cars. Well, the green car from Cars is supposed to be a Plymouth Superbird. The King is... So Richard Petty does the voice of this car in Cars. It's because... So, Alex, this freaking thing. So, fun fact, that's the same chassis as the Coronet. The Superbird's on the same platform. It's a B platform. Same car. It's just the outside is different. The underpinnings are exactly the same. Superbird came with a little bit more kit, though. These cars were made for NASCAR homologation rules. Because once upon a time, when NASCAR was actually what the name implied, you raced stock vehicles. So if you wanted to make a car go faster in NASCAR, you had to make it. You had to make these cars. You had to make the race car for the street. It's called homologation rules. Homologation rules were also in Group B, right? Group B Rally had homologation rules. You wanted to race that Lancia Stratos, you had to make them, right? So Chrysler made these Plymouths. Excuse me. They made these Plymouths. They were actually made in the same factory that my Coronet was made. They were made on the same line, believe it or not. Yeah, I have the documents to prove it. But the Superbird is a freaking race car. So, I'm not saying that the wing, if we could find one, would bolt to it, but it pretty much would. The quarter panels on the Superbird are a little bit different because the Superbird is a Roadrunner. It's derived from the Plymouth Roadrunner. It's derived from the Roadrunner. And believe it or not, the Roadrunner is derived from the Charger. Oh, dude, look at the 73 Roadrunner. I love the 73s. That grill. That's sick, dude. That's a sweet-looking car. Yeah, Superbirds are sweet, man. So, Alex, you want to hear something crazy? Like, everybody says that the F40 and the Porsche 959 were the first cars to break 200 miles an hour from the factory. That thing can go 200 miles an hour. But the thing is, the asterisk to that is that if you bought the street version, it was detuned. But if you retuned it, you retuned up and rejetted the carbs, this thing could go 200 miles an hour. A stock production vehicle. You just need to tune it. Yeah, crazy, right? 200 mile an hour car in the late 60s. That thing, dude, that thing is crazy fast. The cool thing is that Chrysler, and this is why, I guess this is why I have a soft spot for Chryslers a lot, dudes. Chrysler was an engineer's company in the late 60s. They were an engineering company. It was an engineering firm that made cars, kind of like Tesla. I know that sounds so strange if you like cars nowadays. If you like Tesla, you like EVs. It's like Chrysler. You think of Chrysler, you don't think that. But Chrysler was an engineering company.
Discovery, go at throttle.
James, hey, thanks for that Prime sub, dude. What tunes do I need to play to make it go faster? Foghat, and probably some Led Zeppelin. Maybe some Grand Funk Railroad. Steve Miller, probably make you go faster. 300 plus kph. So 320 kph would be 200 miles an hour. Yeah. Yeah, didn't they hit 220 at Talladega? Yes. So Chrysler, no, Ford is an engineering company, but Chrysler diversified Nova. They made all kinds of stuff. They made the Saturn 1B first stage, dude. Chrysler made everything. Anything they could engineer, they would try. Like, okay, there's an awesome picture that I love. It's an ad from Chrysler from the 60s. Dude, you just don't get stuff like this nowadays. It's in my Saturn research pictures. This is one of my all-time favorite advertisements from any company. Here, let me show you. And I've shown this picture on stream many times, but it shows what Chrysler makes. They make everything. They were an engineering company. Now, how does that pertain to the Superbird? Chrysler was very heavily diversified in aerospace. They made rockets. So they had a lot of aerodynamicists, people that were good with aerodynamics. They went to their aerospace firms. Chrysler went to their aerospace division and said, how do we make this freaking car go faster? So, what did the rocket scientists do? They put a fairing on the front and gave it some fins, just like a freaking rocket. But the fairing here is to reduce coefficient of drag and provide downforce on the front of the car so you could get traction. They also realized that air getting up underneath the car can pressurize inside of the wheel wells, something that still is a thing on race cars to this day. If you look at like an LMP1 or an LMP2 car, they have slits on top of the fenders to alleviate pressure. What do you think those are? Chrysler's the one that figured that out. These are positive pressure vents in case any air gets stuck up here and pressurizes, it releases and it gets shot out the sides. And then they figured out that if you put a spoiler on the back, it'll stabilize out the car at high speed because this provides downforce to push the rear wheels into the ground. This is before Formula One put spoilers on cars. Actually, it was about the same time, to be honest with you. This is about the time where Colin Chapman came up with the idea of putting a super big wing on a Lotus, what is it, a Lotus 49 or something? Right? Same thing, dude. They put the spoiler up high so it would get laminar flow, so it would get clean air at high speed. Doing that means you don't need as high of an angle of attack on your wing. Your angle of deflection or incidence on that spoiler doesn't have to be very high. So it's not a lot of wing, but it provides a crazy amount of downforce at high speed. Dude, Chrysler mopped the floor in '69 with NASCAR. They mopped the floor. No one could catch them. Think of it like Newey with the blown diffuser, right? Adrian Newey with Red Bulls and the blown diffuser in the early 2010s, right? Or Mercedes with their engine tuning in the late 2010s, right? Or whatever the heck McLaren is doing now to crap on everybody. Not as diversified as Mitsubishi, from rockets to AC. Yeah, Driatos, but Chrysler was like that, dude. Look at all this stuff, dude. They had a whole boat division. Chrysler boats were really, really good boats. They were really well made. Screwjack tanks, regular tanks, bridge laying tanks, airport lounges, cars, trucks, buses, whatever. Make it. My car is here. There's the crew cab. Only mine's not a Coronet 440. Mine's a Coronet 500 sedan. But, yeah, there's my car. That's in mint green. The Coronet 500 is B3 blue. That's the same color as our car. Our car is on this, which is super cool. But yeah, dude, Chrysler was doing stuff, man. They were doing things in the 60s. They were cooking. They were cooking hard, man. They made everything from rockets to tanks to cars to boats, buses, trucks, whatever. Yo, if we can make money off of it, let's build it. Like, dude, they even got into the subcompact game with the Sunbeam and the Simca, which is crazy. And you compare that to whatever this Chrysler puppeted Stellantis nonsense that you see nowadays. Oh, we got the E-Charger. Dude, piss off. You wish you were Chrysler. I've just got one question. Is that picture to scale? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, actually. I'm telling you, man. Chrysler is an engineer's company, baby. Engineer's company. They make good stuff, dude. And that's the reason why I'm saving that damn car. Because that represents a Chrysler that just doesn't exist anymore, you know? Now Ford can't even make a sedan. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, homie. What about GM? GM's pretty good. But I don't know, man. A 69 Roadrunner just doesn't ring the same to me as like a 69 Chevelle. It's two different things. Don't get me wrong. 69 Chevelles are... And I have a Chevy motor, a 327 with tri-power sitting in my garage. So I'm going to have to buy a Chevy. Can't have a Chevy motor and not have it in a Chevy. We're going to have to do a Chevy build. Eventually. And when we do, I'll tell you all about GM and like how they roll and why people like Chevy so much. Even though I'm not really the biggest fan, but... The E-Charger is dead and Dex-Gen chargers are going back to the Hemi. Nice. I don't mind working on Chevys. Old Chevys are... So Chevy put all their engineering into making their car... Like, okay, so... What's the right way to say this? Chevy really min-maxed in the 60s. They min-maxed part compatibility to lower the cost on all their cars. So Chevy standardized a ton of parts, right? They standardized a ton of parts, and they did that to try and make as many different types of cars for all different applications as they possibly could. Chrysler was doing something very similar. Ford really never got the memo in that regard, because Ford was just trying to make the least expensive vehicle as possible, so they changed suppliers all the time. Chevy went with one supplier and mass-produced everything. Crankshafts, motors, casting, just outproduce everybody. If you outproduce everybody and you make part interchangeability a thing, people could theoretically keep their cars on the road past 200,000-300,000 miles. And that pays it forward to the consumer. You buy a car, it's a great piece of engineering, it's a well-made piece of equipment, and it's going to last you forever. If you need to fix it, you can fix it. Parts are everywhere. So it's why a Chevy Equinox could be, say, serviced at a Cadillac or a Buick dealership. No, not really. Nova, I'll tell you about... When we go to work on Chevy, dude, I'll do a little bit more research into it, and I'll tell you, there's a reason why people like old Chevys and why they don't frigging break. And I'm like, dude, I'm a Ford guy. I'm not stupid, though, right? I see why people like them. Heck, I just got done working on a 327. It was easy. Like, okay, to put modern software terms on it, dudes, the UX for working on Chevys is simple. It's easy. It is so easy to take apart that engine and put it back together. Think of it like, now people aren't going to like this analogy, but think of it like Apple's UI, all right? Yeah, I get it. You know, Android, I get it. But Apple, the reason why Apple sells a lot of phones is because their UI is very intuitive and it's very easy to use. Chevy engineered their motors like that. It's very easy to fix. It's very intuitive if you have one iota of understanding of mechanics. Very simple. And on top of that, because of this, it's very simple to make something go very fast. No built-in obsolescence. What a concept. Well, back then, the way of so hip... What's your production bottleneck here? The production bottleneck is building the actual stupid freaking car. So there are all three American manufacturers in the 1960s were like, okay, let's build a shell that lasts, and let's make all the parts on it serviceable. All right? So people are just going to keep buying parts for their cars, which is why all three have aftermarket parts divisions. Ford has FOMOCO, which is Ford Motor. It's an enunciation of Ford Motor Company. GM has GM Performance. Chrysler has Moparts, which is short for Motor Parts, right? The idea was that you sell the car, and somebody uses that car for their life. Like, that's it. And all you do is replace the parts. So you don't have to focus as much on mass producing a ton of cars. Like, you want to mass produce cars to scale with demand, right? But you're also mass producing parts for these cars, so they last forever. the purposeful obsolescence isn't built into the entire car, but built into the parts. It's built into parts, and the parts that do wear out are wear items in general. Brakes, alternators, engines to an extent, transmissions, differentials. So that's where they made the money. They made the money on, first of all, they made the money on upselling options, like seat belts being an option, right? You know, across the shoulder belt being an option, you know, air conditioning being an option, radio being an option. You could buy the cars kind of a la carte. You could buy a base model with nothing. Crank windows, manual locks, right? No radio, AM radio maybe, right? That was the whole idea. You upsell on all the parts, and then they make money off of servicing all the parts to the vehicles. It's actually not a bad business strategy. You know why? Tesla uses that strategy nowadays. Tesla does that. That's what they do. Elon has often talked about, you know, you buy a Tesla, it's yours for life. Like, the car will appreciate over time because they're going to keep upgrading in this case, they're going to keep upgrading the software architecture, the software suite, full self-driving. Cars can actually appreciate in value over time, which is genius. That's really smart. It's like, dude, he just looked at 1960s, you know, Big Three and said, oh, we should do that instead. That's way better. Like, I don't understand why why Ford, Chevy, and Dodge just don't go. Well, Dodge is a lost cause at this point because it's owned by some Euro punk conglomerate that doesn't really care about. Chrysler is just another brand. It's just another brand that they picked up. They don't, you know, at least when Sergio Marchionne owned Chrysler, he knew that to let Chrysler do Chrysler things. And that's why they made the Hellcat. That's where they made the Hellcat Charger and the Hellcat Challenger and Trailhawk Jeep and SRT-10 pickup. Like, he knew, well, SRT-10 is from the Daimler era, but why are you losing so much money right now? I'm actually gaining, Gujar. We're losing a lot of money because I decided to build 5 or 6 apartment blocks all at once. And we're almost done here. Prefabs are my bottleneck right now. We're waiting on prefabs, dude. Yeah, we're doing a big expansion for the city because we needed more employment. We stagnated our population growth by accident. Europeans can't make good cars. Mercedes is a great automobile. Sorry. They can know, but Mercedes is great. Mercedes has always been a well-manufactured machine. German cars are just... The thing about German cars is that you really need to know your mechanicals to work on those things. They're not very intuitive to take apart, but they're well made. Like, mid-2000s Mercedes E-Class will last a long time. And I'm saying that as Mr. like patriotic American over here. Like, I recognize good cars. Like, Toyota makes good cars too. Toyota makes great automobiles. There's a reason why people buy those. I hate the outside. It's hot. Tesla Tier 3 108 month resub. The battery in the Tesla doesn't appreciate. Yeah. Rom Tesla, and don't get me wrong, like, you know, Tesla is looking into different battery alloys that are lesser utilizing lithium, so they're more recyclable. Even though the battery isn't as good, but yeah, they're getting there. Yeah, Mercedes has kind of dropped since the pandemic, Tessa, from what I understand. But Volvo 5 cylinders, dude, a 240, that's a well-made vehicle, man. The Swedes were on with the Volvo 240, man. They were cooking. They were cooking hard. They were cooking some Swedish meatballs, dude. Like, I know good engineering when I see it, dudes. Because we sit around with rockets all day. When you follow as much rockets and you get into the nuts and bolts design of rockets, you know what good engineering is and what isn't. It's real, like, there's some really, really well-made cars out there over the years. German cars are better to work on than French cars. Now, Mats, I can't speak to French cars. We don't really have those over here. We used to. We used to have Peugeot until they pulled out of the North American market in the 90s. We don't have Renaults over here, and we don't have Citroëns. The only Citroëns that we have... Uh-oh, hold up. You got to make sure that this is... Okay. All right, cool. Let me attach the other 2 vehicles to this line. I ordered 2 more vans. There they are. I've never wrenched on a Renault. The only Citroens that we have over here are people who import Citroen DSs and Citroen 2CVs, which in their own rights are 2 very well engineered cars. The hydropneumatic suspension on a DS is really, really cool. That's a very trick design. That's super, super interesting. So, guys, Citroen came up with the idea of making a shock absorber that also acts as your suspension. Basically, it's a shock absorber with air inside of it and water as well. There's a fluid compartment in the shock absorber, and there's also an air compartment. The idea is that the air compartment acts as your shock absorber because gas is compressible, and the fluid compartment on the suspension acts as your suspension. That's your spring, because hydraulics are incompressible, but you still have some play back and forth. Hydropneumatic suspension is very smart, dude. Very smart. The French have their pretty fair share of contributions to automobiles, dudes. Louis Panhard made the Panhard bar, a better way to triangulate rear end, solid rear axles in cars so they don't move. Smart. Very smart. Good engineering. Do you have an end station for the heat plant lines? No, I don't. DS is a great car, man. Very well made, Johan. They are really nice cars. 2CVs? I wouldn't say 2CVs are poorly made. They're just an absurdly simple car. Basket of eggs, baby. Basket of eggs. Has to be able to transport a basket of eggs across farmland without cracking the eggs. That was their stakeholder expectation for designing a 2CV. The 2CV, guys, is basically a golf cart with some seats. 2CVs have a 2-stroke lawnmower engine in them. But France needed this after the war so people could move cars around, so they could keep their economy going. So Citroën made a car as simple as possible. Just stamped steel with a lawnmower engine and some seats in it. But because the roads were all screwed up after World War II, I mean, France got a little messed up during World War II. I mean, I'm just putting it out there. There's the motor and transmission. Very simple. Look at it. It's nothing. It's a lawnmower engine with a transmission behind it, right? France got a little screwed up. The roads weren't good. So what they did was they made a vehicle that's designed to go not off-road, but it's designed to drive on bumpy roads and keep the ride comfort good. They did that so French farmers could move their product to town and keep the economy going. It's genius. It's a very smart move. Everybody else was trying to make Renaults. Everybody else was trying to go back to making cars again, but Citroën doubled down and basically made a golf cart, and they sold millions of them. It's really cool. Really smart idea. That's really smart, dude. Citroëns are very easy to maintain. It's as easy to maintain as a weed whacker or a lawnmower, because it is a lawnmower. But whatever. In Belgium, you call it a goat. Yeah, I can see why. We call it an ugly duck over here. Yeah. That's the only Citroëns that I'm familiar with, the DS and the 2CV. Because that's what you see at auto shows because people import them. But yeah, I don't know too much about French, like actually wrenching on a French automobile. I don't have much time doing that. Le Mans, the whole point of the race in the beginning was to improve car development. There you go. The suspension on your Citroën CX from '87 is still the most comfortable car you've ever owned. Nice, man. Johan, you gotta ride in a caddy. You gotta ride in an old caddy. It's like driving around on a couch. But see, the Citroën was trying to do the same thing with the DS and the CX later. They were trying to do that same thing. It was about a nice ride, nice ride quality. You don't want to feel the road. You just want to cruise. That's what the DS and the CX are all about. I think if the CX is the car I'm thinking of. I believe the CX was the next version of the DS. Yeah, dude. That's a smooth ride, man. Smooth ride. Oh, yeah. That's a cool car, man. Look at that thing. I love the steering wheel on this thing. That's the steering wheel, dudes. It's very futuristic, man. That's... It's pretty elite right there. What I'm excited for is Scania starting to break into the North American market. Yeah, that's cool. That's sick, dude. Freaking Knight Rider over here. Anyway, yeah. You guys want to talk car history? Maybe we can do a car history segment. It's cool, man. There's a lot of cool stuff about cars. Really awesome designs. Really cool stuff. I mean, yeah, dude, it's just... You know, you look at history, you can really tell when a company really had their finger on the pulse of what their clientele, like what their buyers needed. Like the 2CV is genius. That's a genius car for that time. The Model T, great example. Model A, another good example. Ford Mustang, another good example. You know, Chevy Impala, great example. The Ford Tudor, another great design. Chevy Corvette, good example there. You know, you probably know the Citroen Saxo, hot hatch of the late 90s. I've heard of it on Top Gear. I'm not too familiar with it. I'm not really brand loyal at all. You had an M3, Vet, Pontiac Solstice, GXP. Nice. Nice, GXP. Dodge Chase truck. Girlfriend has a Mercedes and a Cadillac SUV. We just go what we like rather than brand based. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at, Nader. I'm partial to Ford trucks. That's what I like. I like Ford trucks. Like, that's where my bias is towards Ford trucks because Ford makes well, right now, yeah, but Ford makes a really damn good truck. All right, what's the price of oil at, Pigeon? Oil is tanking, 37. Yeah, it's not good. It's to the point where I might want to just sit on it. It's really not making us money. Like if we look at the amount of oil going out last month, 815 tons at 31,000. That's not really... See, that's not really great. In 1969, we've barely gone past 300,000. In 1966, when the oil price was at like 50, we put out 600 grand worth of oil. But you could see that this is scaling pretty much with the oil price. If we go back and look, the oil price is really volatile in this save. Like C65, it's up and then it goes down. Yeah. If oil was trading up here, we'd be fine. But I might just sit on all this crude because... I mean, heck, I've already stopped exporting over here. Hey, Chicago L2200s. Nice. It does keep the fuel costs lower. You know, Diego, that's a good point. If we keep exporting, that keeps the fuel costs down. That's actually not... Yeah, good idea. It's just the Saxo, when they first released them, they sold with 3 years free insurance. First-time drivers loved them. 3 years insurance is about the price of a brand new car anyway. There you go. Yeah, dude. I mean, in Tesla, it goes back to something that I just... And maybe it's because I'm from the outside, like I'm a consumer in the automotive industry, not a producer. But why can't car companies just make a car people want? Like, the only people that seem to have their finger on the pulse in this regard seems to be Toyota. I'm just not sure why can't you just make a car that people want? Like, is that something difficult to do? I mean, clearly it's not. Historically, it's... Yeah, I don't understand. Why don't you just make a car that people want? Yeah, I can't figure that one out. Too many bean counters instead of engineers. I mean, I'm really hoping that that's not the case, Ace, but I think that might be the case. You know? Like, just... Why can't you just make a car that people want? Like, how hard is this? Alright. Anyway. I do believe I did the water... We had the gate to the water facility burned down, but that's all repaired. That building has the wear and tear at 1%. Cool. Cool. Excellent. I'm going to commission construction of this over here. The football field. Or soccer ball field. Soccer ball foot field. And what we're going to do is... we should start work on these elevated components here. The other thing I did in part 34 of Yakograd is that we brought our construction labor in-house to try and curtail some costs. Because of our population expansion here. Yeah, see, we're back up over 100, which is good. Utilities good to go. The only thing that I'm really like about is making sure that we have people over here. Oh, we need a sewage truck. Just get a small 130 sewage truck for that technical office. Alright. How is my paving company? The paving company... What happened to that thing? Oh, it's pretty beat up. Nobody's working here. Why is nobody working here? Nobody's working there because both of my repair vehicles are in line to repair. You have 30% wear and tear. You do not need to be repaired right now. D-Money, 50-month resub. Cool. To be fair, Toyota makes a car that can survive teenage drivers. Yeah, that's why they sell them. Did you build your redundant access to the water district? No, Frango, I didn't do it. Set the soccer field to 5 people? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Hey, Nick. Morning. We need another source of income. Maybe check the coal price or maybe iron export. Maybe cement could be profitable. The other source of income I had set to be food. We could, I mean, even in a crop import, we're still good to go. We got to build up some capital before we start building out the railroads again. To be fair, a bit late to the party, but I have a 68 Citroen GS in the garage. Drives like in a ship over speed bumps. Yeah, really good. Yeah, Tessa, the Polo is... Yeah, the Polo's kind of doing that, dude. But yeah, there's... Like, yeah. Tessa, they stopped making cars over here. No one makes cars. Nobody makes cars. Ford doesn't make cars no more. Ford makes trucks and the Mustang. And a bunch of crossovers that... I mean, I'm pretty sure LaCroix has more flavor than these crossovers have character. Toyota makes the last true SUV. The Highlander. Yeah, Highlanders are cool, man. I like those trucks. Great analogy, thanks, man. Just make station wagons. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, Nader, that's what I'm saying, dude. Just make a sedan. Just make a sedan. Make a 2-door, a 4-door, and a wagon. That's it. Why is that so difficult? I don't understand. Make the crown big. Yeah. That's why with BMW I don't want to cross over. The gold mine on this map is bauxite. I have one bauxite processing and it's making 100k per month. We could diversify to bauxite, dude. I'd have to... We would have to do the geological survey, which I believe is over here. Is this thing researching anything? It's not. Let's do... Actually, we got a huge... We got... What did we complete? I think we completed metallurgy and engineering. Let's take a look here, dudes. We also got chemicals. Getting into the semiconductor industry would not be the worst idea. Hey, Ferrero. Long time no see, man. How are you? Yeah, let's establish the geological facility. Let's do that. That's 1,500 work days. That's fine. We're almost to the snow, dudes. Let's get those ramen snowplows. Did you hear us saying Senior's looking to be the FIA president? Cool. Somebody did mention that, Tessa, yeah. Statue is made. We can make that now. And then let's work on the footpaths over here. Put our paving services to work. Pave it. Pave it. Pave it. Cool. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I agree. That path was from the old design. We don't need that one there. Building's almost done. Prefabs are the bottleneck here. How's their prefab facility looking? Yeah, they're loading up with as much as they can. And my distro is bringing in. Cool. How's clothes looking? Do we have clothes on hand? We do. We're making fabric and crops. That's all set up. That's all fine and dandy. We're getting basically to the snow here, guys. This is because of all the paths that I made. That's why that traffic jam exists. How's our construction mats over here? Good. Did I show you the steel mill setup? No? Hey, 3,000 population. Nice. We're almost to the point where we can get the new prison complex up and running. Maybe that's what we'll work on over the winter. You still play KSP? No, I don't play KSP as much as I'd like, Ferrero, to be honest with you, dude. After KSP 2 went downhill and then stopped, it really killed it for me. But I'm looking to get back into Kerbal sooner rather than later, to be honest. Right now, Ferrero, I'm actually working, I don't know if you remember, back in the day, you know, used to work on my red truck. Now I have my blue car. This is the blue Coronet crew cab Charger we're working on here. That's what I called it. That's the name. It's a 69 Coronet that we're rebuilding the back end. Yeah, you can see it over there. It's missing a couple of pieces. Don't worry, we have all the pieces to rebuild it. Yeah, once again, guys, I'm not working on the car today just because I'm taking a rest. Because I've been wrenching. I've wrenched. I never ever thought I would have this problem. I've wrenched every day except for Sunday since last Monday. Monday we played Workers a week ago. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Coronet. Saturday, I worked on a customer's car. Right? Sunday was Mother's Day. Monday, I worked on the car again. I actually got wrenched out, which is weird. That's never happened before. I'm like, okay, I could take a break. We're good. You know, like, nice project. Thanks, man. I mean, I still talk about space every day. We still do space news every day. I talk about what's going on in the industry. I do work for NASA Spaceflight. I host a podcast on Fridays with NSF called The Flame Trench. Yeah, we do work, man. I still love space. That hasn't gone anywhere. The real question is, what is your prison labor going to be doing? Prison labor is going to be working on my incinerators so we can offset trash. Gotta find the right project to get you hyped. I've been thinking about doing another mission mode save, guys. I really enjoyed that. And you know what's making me want to work on a mission mode save? Working on the car. I'm not even kidding, dudes. Working on the car reactivated engineering mode. Like in my head. Like, I don't know. My chimpanzee brain went, ooh, I like measuring things. I like being precise. You know, I would really like to do that after we're done with the Dodge, to be honest with you. Yeah. What about a workers and resources mission mode? We're basically doing that right now. Yeah, Metalwork does that, dude. Yeah, it's like working in CAD, but not. Mission mode is a hardcore rule set that I played by Pigeon, that I played Kerbal by, making it a lot more realistic. Yeah, it was fun, man. Mission mode with KRPC, send the probes pre-programmed. Maybe. Oh, nice. Look, yeah, we should get an influx of people. At least 30 or 40 people popping in right now into the flat. Take the transmission delay into account. Yeah. Do you have CAD software to design stuff for the Coronet? If not, I may know a guy. I do have CAD, but it's not CAD that you're familiar with. Give me 1 sec. It's cardboard aided design. I would like to show people how to do it that way, Fluff. And then, I mean, I have Maya, but Maya's not going to be very precise for doing this kind of stuff. Old school CAD and safety flip-flops. I had all my work clothes on, and Right before the stream started, I asked Chad if we wanted to play workers or work on the car today, and people said workers, so we're gonna play some workers. Yeah, we gotta make a lot of oh crap. We gotta make a lot of templates, dudes. A lot of templates need to be made, and like cutting them out of poster board is a good way to show what we're doing, and then I could make them in CAD. I just don't, it would be great for visualization, but I don't really understand, like, I don't really see the reason. Like, I could make them in CAD. I have a 3D art degree. Of course I could make it in CAD. FreeCAD, Fusion. Hellfish, the thing about every one of those programs is I got to be careful with the license, because DRM and CAD software is insane right now. Like, well, not right now. It's always been that way. Yeah, you got to be careful about DRM. Remember, the stream is for profit, so if I don't have a license set up correctly, we're gonna have a bad day. Templates are definitely needed for car work. Yep. I'm a guy with 2D CAD software. Hint, hint. Cardboard generated design is good too. Maddie, what's up, dude? This might be something for a Flame Trench Space News, but I've seen a couple posts on X that morale is low. I don't really think that's the case based on how they're still chugging forwards. Morale is low where? At SpaceX? Oh, research program finished. I do know that after Flight 8, they were kind of down in the dumps. A lot of SpaceX employees were not happy about that. It was a real death blow. But Maddie, I think they've since bounced back from it. Let me pause for a second. They've since bounced back from it. So what do I mean? Like, SpaceX has expanded a lot. SpaceX is a different company almost than the last time SpaceX had a catastrophic failure. The last time SpaceX had a catastrophic failure was almost 6 in 2016. Dude, 2016 was 9 years ago. So not a lot of people at SpaceX are used to having RUDs like this. I'm serious. They're not used to it. They're not used to having this problem. SpaceX has expanded drastically since then. Even since the early Hopper days, like Star Hopper. SN4, SN5, SN6. Well, SN6 didn't fly, but, you know, SN8, SN9, SN10, 11, 15. Even, the company has expanded like a crazy amount even since then. Since the suborbital flights, right? So a lot of people, I know there's a lot of folks that work there that aren't used to this. But the reality of the situation is, dude, is that every endeavor that you're going to work on from here on out that has to do with Starship could result in an explosion. It could end poorly. It's possible. Every single one of them. Nothing that SpaceX is doing with the Starship program is easy. The reason why is because it's uncharted territory. No one's ever tried to go for full reuse like this with a full reusable end-to-end vehicle. No one's ever done that. Because no one's ever done that, you're running into uncharted territory. Sometimes when you run into uncharted territory, you hit an iceberg. It happens. Now, what you do after you hit the iceberg is really what shows. Do you hit the iceberg and let the proverbial ship sink, or do you hit the iceberg, patch it up, and keep going? I think the new crop of people that work at SpaceX have yet to see this and understand this phenomenon because they haven't had something fail in their face like this. It happens. Stuff blows up. It's rockets. It's a controlled explosion. Sometimes you don't carry the one. Sometimes stuff blows up in your face. It freaking happens, and you feel like trash. You feel like trash after it happens. Source: I've had my projects in KSP that I've put months of work into blow up in my face. It happens. And it hurts. And it's not fun. What you do after that is what really makes the difference. So yeah, morale might be a little bit low right now, but they'll bounce back, dude. All right, so we had our first snow. Looks like my snow plows are doing the work. This is what I was worried about, the plows not plowing up in here. It hurts to fail, but you learn from failure. Morale is low right now. When Flight 9 makes it, and I'm pretty sure it will. Well, I can't say that for sure, but when Flight 9 makes it, you'll see. It'll be a moment of triumph. But I understand the trepidations that people at SpaceX might have, but to be 100% honest with you, I don't. Like, you'd be crazy to think they don't have deep pockets enough to be able to fund this program indefinitely for a very long time. I know SpaceX's goals are ambitious, but they are achievable. Part of that achievability comes from, well, to be quite frank, it's Elon having very deep pockets. Like, I don't mean to reduce it to that, but that's the truth. You got funding indefinitely for a really long time. Starlink and Falcon 9 are going to keep the funding going for this project indefinitely so you can push through. I really... Oh, balls.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I really don't think, I don't think they should have anything to worry about. You're going to make it. You have the funding to continue this project. The goals are hard, but they're achievable. It's a bummer Tesla Solar didn't pan out. Stuff happens, dude. Makes sense. I didn't agree with the post. I think SpaceX will turn the corner. Oh, it was somebody posted about it? Oh. They'll be fine, dude. They'll be fine. I ain't worried. You worried? I ain't worried. I don't think Tesla Solar really did fail. I mean, Solar City was absorbed into Tesla, and it's just one of the things that they're working on. Okay, our heating facility is doing just fine. It did have people stop working, but it takes a second. I just needed to get those roads all paved up. Now, how's the repair depot going? Are people actually repairing things? Yes. Good. I ordered more snowplows and I extended the range, so they're gonna plow all up in here. What I really needed to do was make sure we plowed the route that bus takes, so they don't get bogged down in the snow. I really need these guys to plow this bridge right here, or I need somebody to. Did you call Mr. Plow? Yes. Maybe you should build the big fire station. I think we should, especially after the last earthquake, dude. Yeah, we should probably get on that. Let's let them finish up building out the paved footpaths and whatnot. Starting to look into the technical documents of the F1 engine. Going to make a 3D printed F1 engine and can run colored water through it as fuel and oxidizer. That's cool, Trey. You need another source of income. I'm working on it. We could diversify into bauxite mining. I think there's bauxite over here, but we'd have to unlock it first. I also have mechanical components. We could make a mechanical component factory, which I might do for here. Vehicle production line soon. A cement plant also might be a good idea. I wanted to end up doing construction mats over here, but I might move construction, at least some construction materials right here. But we still do need to get food up and running as well. It's going to be interesting. Main thing will be leaks. So Trey, you know what you should do? You should go to a PC parts store and buy CPU cooling plumbing, dude. That'd be a good way to move the fluids around. Vehicles cost so much freaking money, dude. It's kind of nuts. But we're in the positives, which is good. Building out this and expanding my workforce was huge. Nice, Rares. There you go. December 69, Apollo 12. I believe. November 69. Yeah, I was close. What was the next one? 13, right? Which would have been, I think, what, January 1970? April of 70. Yeah, close enough. Gilmore won't stream their launch on Thursday? Ah, that sucks. Hey, Paul, how you doing? I'm good, man. Taking a break, dude, from working on the car. Let's play some games. Just playing up some workers here, having a good time. Having a good time. Other than that, the new block of flats are actually good to go. So you know what we can do? We can start putting some trees down. I'm good. How'd it go with the car yesterday? I got all the trunk pan out. All the trunk is out, and I knocked over my camera and broke it. That's a new camera, but everything should be, everything's clean. We got to start repairing stuff now, dude. We got most of the metal work done. Yeah, most of the metal work, crap metal removal is done. Now it's just fabricating the parts. We got to start fabricating patches for the frame rails. We got to start fabricating patches for the wheelhouses. I got to start. Yeah, that's the big one. The frame rails, getting the frame rails all patched. And once I have the frame rail, actually, what we really should do first is level them and make sure that they're perfect and brace them so that they're exact, right? Because those frame rails weren't level to begin with when we started with the car because they were rotted out. Like they were rotted, one was crooked, right? We figured that out. So we should brace them, level them, and then start patching things, right? Like that's what we should do. Camera broke. I knocked over the camera when I was putting the trunk pan in. It was just me going too fast because I was running out of time for Space News. The trunk pan got hooked on the tripod and basically took it out, knocked the camera over, and it broke the HDMI out port on my video camera. So I bought another one, but the exposure on this one is caca compared to the Sony. With the other camera, you could see up in the trunk up there. With this one, it's really dark. I got to see if I can screw around with the contrast and stuff to get it right. But this camera is okay. It doesn't zoom as much as the Sony does, which is whatever. Yeah, I'll try. We'll mess with it, dudes, and we'll see. Have you checked with the local electronics place to repair that HDMI port? No, but we could. Yeah, Kelly, I know what you mean. You guys want to... Yeah, Kelly, yeah. Went to go pay the water bill. It was double. The car has a flat tire. Everything's a pain in the butt. Kelly, I started taking apart the blue car in the shop, right? And I really waited to get the blue car running and driving, right? And we got the blue car running and driving, so, you know, in case I needed another car in the shop to work on it, right? I could drive it around. I did all the work that I possibly could on the blue car before we actually had to start cutting out metal, right? Second I start cutting out metal, Fusion needs brakes. The brakes make that nice grinding noise, indicating the pads are done. So now the Fusion needs brakes. And my shop, the one, like, I purposely made the car in such a way that, like, we worked on the Coronet series to make sure I maximized the amount of time where the car could have been taken out. And the second I commit to getting the car, like, you know, to keeping the car indefinitely in the garage because the rear axle is unhooked, right? Now we need brakes. So, yeah, believe me, I can relate, dude. They didn't squeak. No, they just grind. It needs new rear rotors too, man. The rear rotors are shot. They look like the back of the Coronet. Who needs brakes? They just hold you back, right? Yeah, I should look around for an electronics place, dude. That's not a bad idea. Unemployment is increasing. We'll give these people a place to work then. I didn't know this, but the F1 engines have bearing cooling units to keep the cool the turbo pump bearings. Yep. Might be a can of worms. Yeah, I mean, can't see me. We could take apart the camera on stream if you want. I'll just use pupper cam. We'll use the pupper cam. We'll take it apart right here. See what happens. I mean, I do have another CX405 that also is broken. Maybe we could repair both of them, and then we have 3 cameras instead of 1. I gotta find the other CX405. They're notoriously fragile. Yep. Speaking of puffer cam, where's Titan? Titan's actually... So, Nova, the weather's been nice enough, so we open up our back door, and we have a part of my backyard is fenced in. And Titan just really enjoys being able to go outside when he wants to. So we haven't looked after him too much. He just kind of does his thing. Yeah. Snowstorm is preventing people from getting to the heater plant. That's not good because temperature in the boilers here is starting to drop, and if the temperature drops too much, it reaches a critical. Yeah, see? Yep. Okay. What are these snowplows doing? Where are you? Does Titan have a flap? No, he just, but yeah, for the most part, dude. It's not like in the door, it's on the outside door, but yes, he does. He just goes in and out. Dude, like, the weather got nice, and he didn't use it at all when we first got him, and, now he understands, like, Titan's, like, he gets a lot of anxiety. Like, the dog gets really scared of things, and then when you show him, you gotta, like, show him, and he has to, like, warm up to it. When you show him it's not a big deal and he warms up to it, then it's just, he's fine. But yeah, I think being a stray when he was young really screwed with that dog's head. Yeah, I've been pretty good at reading out typos and stuff, dude. Like, I'm gonna run a small heater pipe just because I'm gonna run it off my heating station. Probably not going to be done in time, but hey, Flykin. Need a more constant flow of workers. It's the plowed roads that are killing me right now. But that should fix it. But I want that as a temporary thing because we're not getting all the heat back there. Or, you know, maybe I could just solve the problem. You know what? Let's just solve the problem. That's a crappy solution. Let's just fix it. Or maybe I'll beat him now. Yeah, because it's very clear that this is working just fine when the roads are all plowed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We will build the House of Culture right next to parking lot, a garbage truck parking lot. Yes, very nice. Great success. Frickin' snowstorm's killing me, dude. I'm gonna have them start construction on the crops. You know, crops, food, alcohol. Let's do that. That's the big project. Let's get this going. And get that bus station ready to go too. Hey, I got a 29-month resub. Prime corn. Corn. Could they air start F1 engines? I don't know if it had that capability, Trey. I think F1s use T-tab, so I think it's possible, but I don't think they ever did. Maybe you can plant a small technical city on the side of the bridge roundabout to spread out the snow plows more rather than up one place with 15 and one road in and out. We talked about having a smaller village over here for the power plant and coal mine. But what I originally had planned on doing, Violent, is expanding over here and then expanding the city this way so people, you know, could go with it. I just really wanted to get all this done by 1970, and we're definitely not there. I mean, we've made good progress, but we're not there. Not even close. Hey, question. It's raining today, and I went out in the car. I could hear a sort of grinding friction sound. Hard to explain. It was only when I moved. It was only when I moved after driving out of the parking lot and stopped, and it didn't come back. It's just the rotors. It's just the rust that's coming off the rotors, dude. Don't worry about it. What Element said is right. Yeah, it sounded like a sss, like that. Don't worry about it. As long as it goes away, you're fine. Yeah, I gotta get my cell phone charger. Out of batteries. I'll be right back. Been working so much out in the shop, I moved my cell phone charger out there. Unemployment's too high. That should fix that problem. Herr Johnson, wie geht es der Republik? Republik ist gut. Republik ist gut, mein Freund, danke. Yeah, that's fine during winter. I mean, I expanded the headquarters. Maybe we can start researching this better. Well, oofta. Who's being paid 1 ruble per second? Oh, why are we so far in the damn hole? It's the electricity. That's my electrical bill going up. Anyway, I gotta step away until space news. Alright, Trey. I'm saying they could, according to this document. They removed its ability when they massively simplified it before the production of Apollo started. Original test engine said it could. Cool. You make another road from the depots to ease the congestion. What I was really thinking about, to be 100% honest with you, is getting rid of that road. So they have to use the roundabouts. So the construction can all go out here, use the roundabout, and go back. That should fix that problem. What is the oil price? It's just hovering around 38. Just a little below 40, which is not great, Pigeon, but... Almost 1970. But yeah, we've been making some pretty good progress. I just really wish we were further along, and that's mostly on me, dudes. You know, that's mostly my fault. What I might do is after... Man, that thing filled up. A couple of days ago, I learned that the S4B stage used a hexagonal lactic between the hydrogen and oxygen that was filled with nitrogen, so it'd create an ice barrier between the LOX and liquid hydrogen. The 60s engineers are still taking me to school for all the cool stuff they did. Apollo's truly insane. Sea Kraken. Yeah. Crazy. By every measurable metric. Just absolutely nuts. Yeah, dude. Yeah, even the common bulkhead, man. The common bulkhead, they did that to save mass. CBHs are a byproduct of the Apollo program. Well, Centaur was kind of doing it with balloon tanks, but Apollo's a little bit different. Lattice. I said lactic, it's lattice. The hexagonal lattice, yeah. Because that increases your surface area and it allows ice to form on it. Basically, the more surface area you have, the more stuff, the more ice can attach to it, and it'll create its own barrier inside. When you fill it up, it'll do it automatically, which, once again, is insanely smart. Your money is tanking. It's because I'm bringing in all that steel. It's the steel right now that's absolutely getting me. I should really limit us to 73 instead of a full 100, because bringing in all that steel, it's replenishing all my building supplies here. How well thought out was the shuttle? They launched it on the first try with people on board Nova, and it worked. That should tell you everything you need to know. I'm not exporting clothes to the US. It's the winter. The winter is getting me right now. It's okay. It's because I brought in 55 tons of steel at 421 a pop. Yeah, that's all. Big planning day is coming up. Looking forward to what you cook up. Yeah, we'll probably hit it this stream, see Kraken. Interestingly enough. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm kind of worried about it, but see, yeah, I told them to stop. So what I did was I capped my steel. So basically it's only going to grab one more truckload of steel. Well, yeah, my overall storage is going, I put it down on purpose. They're replenishing all these because I used up a lot. But the winter, that coupled with the winter is kind of slowing me down a little bit, but that's okay. That's expected. It happens. January 1970. Yep, here we go. I've started on food. Brain silo there, food and alcohols. What are crops trading at? Crops are trading at 25. Food is trading at 183. Alcohol is 403. That's what we'll move to as planned. But yeah, come April, we're gonna go back into design mode. This is a pretty good little republic for what it is. I really wanted to be further along, but the price of oil tanking a couple of times kind of screwed me this decade. But, you know, we'll figure it out. As I learned 3D artist, what do you think of OpenSCAD? I don't know too much about it, dude. Don't sell yourself short. This is really cool to watch. Yeah, it's not meeting my expectations, though, Crafty. But yeah, I'm glad you guys are having fun with it. We have taken no loans, dude. Debt-free. We've been 100% profitable this entire time, which I'm pretty happy with myself for, dude. Don't get me wrong. One thing I'd recommend for planning day would be another big farm. You'll need it. Got plenty of space for farmland, my guy. I haven't even utilized this whole farm yet, dude. That's the thing. Like, The thing I'm the furthest behind on is trains by a long shot. I really wanted to at least have a line going to here like 5 years ago in game. Yeah, I can't see me, right? I just didn't have the capital to buy more farming equipment, guys, and we need distro set up over here as well. We need bigger distribution here.
They're not quite designed for engineering type. Aqualex, hold up a second, man. I do 3D art, but I can do engineering drawings. That's no big deal. People think I can't. I can. You think, see some of the stuff that we do? Like Kerbal building in the SPH and stuff? I could make a CAD model of the Coronet right now. It would take me a while, but I could do it. I can do that. I just did more 3D art, but we learned how to do that kind of stuff. That and the workflow for any CAD software is very similar. They're all it's all similar workflows, dude. Do you plan on doing more OPEC arbitration this round? If we got to that point, Flykin, yeah, sure. City's looking good. Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, man. Yeah, I get it, Aqualex, but I can do them. I can do them. Just let you know. I didn't take it personally. We did more 3D art than anything, but I can do them. What I'm telling you is that it's not that far. One's that not far off from the other. Actually, I'd like to see you design the parts for your car and even print them, or at least mock-ups. Actually, what might not be the worst idea would be modeling it in CAD, like we would do with a cardboard template, and then printing out said template, and then transferring the template to a piece of metal. Wouldn't be the worst idea, but you could just do that with cardboard. Do the same thing with cardboard, and it wouldn't take nearly as long.
Yeah, see, we're back up over 80. Do you know if you could print hammer form blanks in PLA if you use the right settings? I don't know. Cardboard Coronet when? I bought a lot of poster board the other day for building the templates that we need. We could do that. We could do some of that for after hours if you guys want. Clothes export is doing quite well. Yeah. Just need to get that happiness up. Gravel out these roads so we can start getting the construction area figured out. Putting it as a known possibility. May have seen it done. Cool. That's neat. Footpaths don't count for segments, dude. I mean, it's not, they don't count in the same way, but yeah, you could. I have the footpath still connected. Footpaths don't count as a segment on the road, which is actually super nice. Heck, we could even do it for the double technical office right here and just zip that in. Ah, that snow's killing me. Alright, we got cash. I'm not sure about the unemployment, but what I'm going to do is 50-50 that line again. We have the labor for the line, so I'm going to increase this to... a little bit more. Party headquarters is popping, though. Yeah, for passing. I don't know. I don't see this way as being much. I mean, this way works. Like, this way you'd have to redesign the footpaths. I just find this way to be easier. We should actually almost be ready for power plant construction soon as well. Yeah, Johan, that's a good idea. When we're done with this over here, yeah, that's the big fire in the big police station. Quite a few artifacts, but you like how it turned out. Dude, it looks good, man. You did a good job on that. You really did. Good work. I like the scoop bulldozer dump truck thing going on. See, Kraken, that's pretty cool. It's so fun to watch dig. Yeah. Worst case, if you can't quite get the rear crossmember flanges bent up, do they still sell frame rails with flanges? They sell entire frame rails, rarest. They sell frame rail. So another idea that I had here, they sell frame rail caps. Okay, so say this is the original. That's what the frame rail looks like. I don't know. Right, they sell a cap that is just another piece that slides onto the frame rail like that. That was a bad way to draw that. Right? What we could do, and the frame rail caps are like half the frame rail or a quarter of the frame rail. What we could do is buy the frame rail cap and use the cap as a template to rebuild the inner structure. That is a viable way. I could make the caps though. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. We should be able to make everything. One of the big things that I'm kind of one of the big things that I'm like ooh about is how we're going to cut out some of the rust from those frame rails. Cutting out some of the rust might be a little challenging in certain spots because some of the rust is. So you see how the frame rail is right here and then the leaf spring perch is right there? On the left side frame rail, there's some rust. The frame rail flange is gone in here, and rebridging it and getting the metal clean in there might be a little bit difficult to do. The wire wheel should be able to do it. If worst case scenario, we go at it with a wire brush. Yeah, the first thing we'll do tomorrow, guys, is get the frame rails leveled and everything. That's basically going to be thing one. Coca-Cola, people say you could use that to remove rust. You use Diet Coke in Coca-Cola to remove rust off of chrome. It only works on chrome. How much steel is going into the food factory? 39.90. Oh, that's going to get expensive. The grain storage is going to get a little expensive. We got about 200 tons of steel. We had 73, so yeah, it's not going to cost as much. But like in some of the rust converter is not going to work. I have to get clear metal, so if I like, say I have a piece of the... So this is the frame rail again, right? This is the frame rail from a 3/4 view. So, right, frame rail goes like this. Come on, hand. Right? Frame rail goes like that. Right? There's a part of the frame rail right here that's like this. See what I mean? And if I want to do this right, we need to weld it on the back and on the front. Right? You got to weld it on both sides if you really want to do that right. Or we could try a butt weld. So the solution here would be to section a piece of the frame rail like this, cut that segment out, build the new segment, right, that looks like this, right, and then place that in there, and then we do what's called butt welding. We basically use a butt weld and a stitch weld to build it, to place it back in. The problem is, in a certain position, there's the leaf spring perch right here. So getting the grinding wheel in there between the leaf spring perch and the frame rail could be a little bit tough. Does that make sense? You will have to cut a bunch out. Remember, it has to be clean metal on both sides. I know. That's why I just explained what I said. Yeah, we got to do all the patchwork, and the CAD templates will show me exactly what I need. But getting a cutting wheel or something in there is going to be problematic in certain areas because yeah, I might have to use tin snips and snip it by hand in certain spots to get to good metal. You got to cut out all the cancer, so to speak. I have a MIG welder. Let's see if I can, a Lincoln 180i MIG welder. It could do TIG welds. The 180i can switch to TIG mode if I buy the parts for it. I need the pedal, and then I need the cup and the rod to do the TIG welding with it. But you could TIG weld it, you could stick weld it. Yeah, pretty much, J-Speed. We're talking about kind of what we need to do. Tomorrow, I got to level up the frame rails. I almost said flame trench. I got to level up those frame rails and make sure they're perfectly straight and perfectly level. Because that's going to be our root part for the rest of the entire back of the vehicle. If they're not straight, we're going to have a problem. Looks like a Cat D4 almost. Would you be able to fit the air saw in there? I don't know. Guys, if I have to get in there with the snips and use the snips, whatever, it's rust. We can cut it out. It's not a big deal. It's just there's some challenges. That's all. But there always is. So don't worry about it. One more month of snowy weather and then beer.
Tin snips on steel feels like hell. I have a big pair of tin snips, dude. It's not a big deal. That might be the only way we can get in there. Guys, like, that's what I'm saying. Snips will work. It's gonna suck, but it'll work. You saws all of it, huh? The plasma cutter? Maybe I should go buy one. Might make things a little bit easier. It'll especially make things easier if I have to cut out stuff, but yeah, I don't know anything about plasma cutters. I'd have to go read about it. What amp breaker is your welder on? 50. I've tripped the breaker a couple of times. I gotta be careful. But it does work.
I'll be right back 1 second. I gotta check something.
You guys freaking were talking about plasma torches, and I was thinking, like, I think you need to buy gas for that, but you might not. But if you do need to buy gas, I probably should check to see if my welding gas was good. Wait, did I remember to close the welding gas? I did. I closed the gas. All right, so I'm starting food and alcohol production here. A little bit behind schedule, but we are starting it. This steel, once again, is killing me. That's okay. No gas, just compressed air. Yeah, dude, I don't know dick about plasma cutters. Any crime yet? There's a little bit. After the food is done, what I'm going to do is build the big police and fire station, and then we'll work on the prison project over here. Backed up, build a bus platform here so people can get to the prison. I have a courthouse already, believe it or not. But we can't send anybody to prison, so it's not really doing anything. Yeah, I'm on a 50 amp breaker, can't see me. Making good progress on that warehouse. The steel, though. The steel.
Oh, the steel for that stupid grain silo is gonna get me. But it's alright. Research program finished. We unlocked secret police. Alright, what next? Anything in a red box is what we can do. Tourism or fire helicopters, yeah. What about stronger walls? Wrong facility for that. Yes, you do analysis on tourism, screw it. We don't really have sewage out here at all. Nor water. Should probably do that. Gonna need a big sewage pipe going this way. Or a big water pipe. There's the switch pipe. But you know what? Before I go any further, I kind of want to figure out how. I need to figure out something with the rest of this. Because the sewage pipe is right there, and we're going to need a split. And we need to run the sewage and water down here, but the problem is that there's electrical on this side. So I'm thinking maybe run the plumbing down the opposite side of the road. Or we could run it to the side of the road, like what they did in Boca Chica. We could run it right here. Gotta see how I did the switches over here. That actually might be a good way to do that too. Showed back up to tell you SpaceX posted a picture of the static fire. Oh. No, what? No, why would I block Dylan Small? Jesus. Just trying to... No, that's from... That's pretty good. That's sound perturbing the gaseous oxygen clouds. Some fire up there. This is at Boca Chica, Alex. That's in Texas. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I saw a little bit of fire up there, but that's okay. No bada boom this time. All right, I'll keep that one up for space news. They are not Raptor 3s. Those are Raptor 2s. How did the cameras handle such intense heat? They're looking through a periscope, God Ninja. Yeah. So, like, the camera's over here, and there's a mirror, and then there's another mirror, and the mirror's looking out. They use periscopes so you don't have a camera lens facing, like, exactly into the exhaust plume. Yeah, that's an old trick from Apollo, man. We gotta be careful, man. 68 tons of steel.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Alcohol first, then food. The steel is what's getting me, Sea Kraken. Yeah. But as long as we keep up our clothes export, we should be okay. It's just bringing in all the steel, man. We need... about 50 G's. 50 G's more worth of steel. We're able to keep construction going up through the winter, which is good. Hey, Geeson, what's up, man? It was a clean static fire. Yeah, it looked okay to me. You have another question. You just fitted an AC unit. He said, nice. Cool, man. An air conditioner. You sure you know what that is, or? Violet, I do have another question. I was watching a Navy SEAL TV series, and they used a sort of glue gun, and then they put in a metal rod and jammed it in the ground to light it. Then they could cut a metal door. It's thermite. Thermite is what they're using. How much fire is okay in the area surrounding the engines? That was a little bit methane. So the reality of the situation is that happens to every rocket. That fire that kind of gets trapped between the nozzles and the bottom of the vehicle happens everywhere. It happens to every vehicle. There's naturally a vacuum up there. There's low pressure, so stuff gets stuck. Fire gets stuck up there. The reason why I commented on the fire and why there might be a little bit of it is because I'm not 100% sure whether that's stuff getting stuck up there or whether that's something leaking. Could be either one. I think that just looked like fire, in which case, great. If it was just fire, then like if it was just residual fire getting stuck, like some of the exhaust getting stuck up there, that's great. Yeah, a lot of heat happens in that area, dude, because there's a lot of heat introduced into a low pressure area. Oh, hold up. And when a lot of heat gets introduced into a low pressure area, it heats up faster because all of the gas in that area at low pressure absorbs all the heat really fast. So the heat has to go somewhere. That's why you see fire up there on rockets. I walked into the hardware store and it was on sale for 400 pounds down, from 400 pounds down to 320. It's pretty cool. Is it like a floor unit? I took a small bridge loan, dude. By the time the snow goes away, we'll be fine. It's just to finance the steel production for this project, that's all. So Geeson, you have to like put it through the window. You gotta vent the waste heat outside, dude. In this design, you gotta put it through a window. Really need all that housing this early. Only one building doesn't have anybody living in it, dude. We'll grow into it, Jens. It's hanging out the window. Cool. That's cool, man. Yeah. So, Ethan, what you got to do, the room that the air conditioner is in, if you can, shut all the doors to that room and then put slits, like, see if you could put like a little rubber, like, thing at the bottom of the door, like a door catch, a draft guard or something, or else you're just going to piss away your electric bill. You're going to piss away your electric bill. We're almost through the snow thaw, guys. Did you see the new Ship 35 footage? Yeah, I have it. The entire skirt is on fire. Yeah, but is that because of leaks, or is that because that happens with every single rocket, Baron? You know that's a thing. Invest in 1 or 2 chemical plants. I do have chemicals unlocked, actually. I think that'll be part of our planning phase. I think we'll drop a, see if we can throw down a chemical plant somewhere over here. You want to build the other silo too at the farm? I don't have enough money to do it. Not right now, at least. It happens because Raptor has a bad habit of burping an abnormal amount of gaseous propellant compared to every other rocket engine in existence. Vacuum engine shuts down, and unburned prop gets sucked up into the attic because there's vacuum up there and it ignites. If they have any leaks in the attic beforehand, it's gonna go boom. Yeah. Yeah, I was just talking to viewers about that. Today on How They Do It, Plumbuses. Everyone has a plumbus in their home. Raptorcide chat time. Good progress. Another week of snow and then we're good. It's probably going to snow one more time just to spite me because that's always what it does. Good crew, NASA Twitch was live talking about moon plushies question? I guess. There's several hazards in the way. Today on how they do it. Plumbuses. Everyone has a plumbus in their home. First, they take the dingle bop and they smooth it out with a bunch of schleem. The schleem is then repurposed for later batches. They take the dingle bop and push it through the grumbo, where the fleeb is rubbed against it. It's important that the fleeb is rubbed because the fleeb has all of the fleeb juice. Then a schlaumy shows up and rubs it and spits on it. They cut the fleeb because there's several hazards in the way. The clamps rub against the chumbles, and plubus and grumbo are shaved away. That leaves you with a regular old plumbus.
I always wondered how plumbuses got made.
Interdimensional cable, man. Good stuff. Yeah. But see, this loan, I know we're gonna pay back because we're making the income to pay it back. I'm not too incredibly worried. Just needed a little bit of an advance on some steel so we can finish this stuff. Like it's not like taking a loan just to get profitable. I have 2 profitable ventures already in my portfolio. Has it been posted here yet? The static fire footage? Of course. Loneless run ruined. Yeah, I just did one because I'm trying to be more expedient. I could have halted production on this and it would have been fine, but thank you for the brief and brilliant stream derail. That's what I do, dude.
Okay, Morty. Plumbuses. We gotta go get some. We gotta go get plumbuses.
Oh, geez, Rick, do we really have to go? I mean, I don't really want to do that. I got a math test to take.
Screw your dang math test, Morty. We have to go find more plumbuses.
There you go. And that's all I have to say about that. Morty is Jack? Yeah. Yeah, weird, huh?
Screw your math test. Just don't show up. Just come on. We have to go figure out how plumbuses get made.
See, I told you it would snow one last time.
What's all right, class? We're gonna do math today. What's 9 times 5, buddy? What is it?
Something like 40.
That's right. 9 times 5 is something like 40. Congratulations, I'm giving you an A. We're gonna learn something new today. It's called math, and without it, none of us would exist. 5 more minutes of this and I'm gonna get mad. Not my fault this is happening. Jessica.
Buddy, what are you doing to me?
Yeah, concentrated dark matter. 5 plutonic quarks, 1 grumbo. I don't know what it is.
Why don't you ask your new friends, Cherry? Oh, wait, you can't. They blew up.
Yeah, I took 1 loan, Jens, just so I could finish food production.
You see, I have to be able to say I have food production up by April 1st, 1970, or else I answer to Commissar, who will make me eat a bullet. I do not want to eat bullet right now. So I took maybe little bridge loan to make sure that everything is good. No harm, no foul. Look, warehouse is almost finished.
No, telepathy. It was such a good show, man, and then it wasn't. But for a little while, though. We could see! Sneaky, it's a miracle! Oh, that's what I like to see, baby. Let's giggity 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 go! Oh yes, left Twix and right Twix. No, that is not what I want, friend. Shirts, pants, no hats. No, we make hats on the side, over here, around the back. Putting on a lot of clothes there. I think they're bringing in too many crops. Oh, my hat! Oh, my hat! Oh, my hat! Sorry. Any one of these things finished? Too many crops and not enough trucks. Dude, this entire thing is on it. Every single one of these guys is moving crops. Oh, that one. Hey, there we go. That guy just offloaded some clothes. Yeah, Charles, I don't want to talk about that here, homie. That's a hard pass from me, dog. My hat! My hat! My hat! My hat! Oh, my hat! That's pretty funny. Sorry, Dan. I won't do it again. The damn steel. Why, doing research halves the number of students in the auditorium. I understand. Dude, we are stacked on prefabs right now. We are not stacked on bricks and steel, though. I'm setting the road rules for the roundabout to make sure people yield to the roundabout traffic. That should fix the logic there. I guess should probably make sure that this one's doing the same thing. Yep. Yeah, I already had that one set. Cool. Favorite vehicle in the game? Mac R series. This is a fun stream. Makes the day go by. I'm trying, dude. Trying. 15K. Two more truckloads of steel and we are good to go. It makes the Dagobah? Sweden and Norway increased max truck weight and size by 80% or more. I can't recall the full number. Think we should mimic it across the pond. We'd have to rebuild our entire infrastructure to do that. We're not designed for that type of weight. It would require redoing the entire national highway system. See cracking. Is that the star system where clones are made? Dagobah is a jungle planet in the Outer Rim where Yoda took refuge after Revenge of the Sith. See, Republic is fun, but we need to get you into fighting for democracy and Helldivers. New big update. It's more of a slimy mud hole. I mean... yeah, if you want, yeah, that's what you want to call it. Nice. This is staying pretty good. And it looks like we got the train is doing its thing. Where's the builder? Where's that track builder? Oh, missing prefabs. Yeah, I don't mind that bottlenecking like that though. That's okay. Yeah, see, Kraken, I kind of want to leave it that way. Oh, no. It seems that this disease is not very contagious. It will not spread very easily through the population. World Health Organization released a warning about a planet-wide epidemic. We expect it could last a long time. Okay. Increase hospital capacity. I wish they would take the highway, but it's okay. Pull on the global market rises up. Okay. Hey, Worst. No wrenching today? I'm carred out for the day, dude. I kind of have to regroup and figure out what I want to do. Like, yeah. I needed a recoup day, dude. I was wrenching over the weekend, man. I've wrenched every day except for Sunday since for a week. Yeah. We played Workers last Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we were cutting out trunk pan stuff. Saturday, I was working on a customer's car, and then Sunday was Mother's Day, and then Monday on the car again. Yeah, I needed just a day to recoup, and I got to regroup and figure out what we need to do from here on out. So yeah, we'll be back to the car tomorrow, or I could work on templates for after hours. I kind of want to do that, but it's up to you guys. A lot of vehicles over here ready to go. SpaceX posted a static fire video. It looks good. Yeah, it does. Less than a month. I know. Oh, we're back over 133, so 92236. There we go. Debt free. Just needed a bridge so we could get the resources that we needed. Pave some roads. I actually don't hate that idea. We should. We should pave this throughway. Start with that. How are you folks? My folks are fine. Jens? Yeah, I hung around with my family on Sunday for Mother's Day. Yeah, everything's good, dude. You could park buses for the heat plant to save on fuel. We could do that. Or we could just close it if above 68. And just leave it open, gives people something to do. Titan's fine. Titan spends his days frolicking around in my backyard because he figured out the doggy door that we have in the back of the house. He kind of rubbed all four of the brain cells that he's got up there together and figured out that he could just go out there when he wants to. So now he just spends his time playing in the backyard. Yeah, I don't feel like shutting the buses off per se. I mean, gotta increase the capacity again. He's got quite a few above normal. Yeah, when he rubs them together, it makes a lot of smoke, but it works. Actually, I mean, jokes aside, he's pretty smart, dude. The dog knows what's good. Like, if he needs something, he'll let us know. Like, and if I ask him, I'd prefer to ask him. Like, I mean, I'm sure you know, Aquas, you don't want to be, with dogs, you don't want to wait for them to come to you, because then they'll start demanding for things, right? Like, I always ask him, are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Do you need this? Do you need this? And he understands it, dude. He gets it. Like, he understands if I point at something, he understands that now. He figured that one out the other day. Like, if I point at a ball for him to go and get, he'll go and get it. Yeah, yeah, he's smart. He's a smart dog. Very smart, actually. He'll figure stuff out. Like, yeah, he'll figure it out. If the dog is demand barking, that means you gotta be the boss, Graham. That's the thing. If the dog is demand barking, that means no one's paying attention to him. You gotta pay attention to him. It's important. Do we have open construction areas? Yes, we do. Cool. So I need them to work on the water line. Right? Gotta have them work on that water line. Then I want them to work on the electrical over here as well. Yeah, Dan, that's what Titan used to do, but he's getting it. He understands. Like it's really nice having a dog that you could just say, "Hey, I need you to do this," and he's like, "All right, cool. You're gonna like give me a treat later or something? All right, cool. I'll go do this. I'll be right back." You know, like it's pretty cool, man. It should be all the bricks. Oh, that needs 750 kilos of steel. Dang it. Almost done. Track builder's doing its thing. I want him to build this one, get one of the sidings to the cargo depot. Yeah, nice, Mayor. That's cool. Will the 70s planning also include the prefab building? So what I really think we need to do when we start planning, we got to plan out the NATO side. We should connect all this stuff together. And then we need to start figuring out what we want to do over here. And yeah, really plan for mid to later game what Gorkagov and Textograd looks like. Chat EJ, who has put in their entry to NASA moon mascot needed? Moon mascot? What? Are there houseboats in this? No. NASA's Twitch is live now, making a zero-G indicator for the next mission. That's neat. That's so annoying. These buildings are so close to being finished. Look at that, 58K in profit, baby. Not bad. See, how I just used the loan right there, that's how you use loans. That's where you should be using loans. You shouldn't take a loan out of desperation. You should take a loan to bridge bridge your money for a second, just so you can keep the pace of production up. That's how you use it. But you know you have profitability in your businesses as collateral against that loan. That's how it's done, man. It's good stuff. It's free money, right? Yeah, sure. Hey, the grain silo's done. Excellent. That should be all the steel, and that has all the bricks. Looks at my college loans, looks away. Yep. I wish somebody explained that principle to me 20 years ago, Fluffy, because, yeah. Things would have been a little bit different. And it hasn't caught fire yet. Why would you even say that out loud, man? Taking Memorial Day off this year. Most likely, yes. I think Bree's parents are coming into town, John. That's the other thing. You have to pay the interest. It's not free. Yeah, I'm not sure pretty sure they were kidding. Oh, thanks, Aqualex. Yeah, I appreciate the reverse, Jinx. They're coming. Can they bring some of the garage stuff? They're thinking about it. I know you said if Starship goes on the 21st, you have to cover it from home. What is your window to go back to Starbase open up again? In June, gotcha. Basically when June happens. And then my window for Starbase closes up again last week of June, first week of July. That's when I take my actual vacation every year. First week of July, I always take off. I do that every year. My in-laws will also be in town, and last time my father-in-law enjoyed watching you work on the truck. Oh, nice. Hopefully he'll like the work on the Coronet. Yeah, Mayor, if I had been a little bit smarter with finances, I probably would not have done what I have done. But, Yeah. Research program is finished. You know what? I'm gonna move the... I'm gonna swap the fire station and the secret police headquarters. I'm gonna swap them. I'm gonna put the secret police up there. And I'll put the fire station, the new fire station, back here. The reason why is so we can attach a helicopter pad to it if we need to. So we can get some firefighting helicopters. Yeah, see, we'll be able to put a helicopter pad back here. Yeah, if you have to meet in Texas for Starship, would you possibly go to IRIC in Midland, Texas, June 9th through the 14th? Probably not, Cyborg. At that, in Midland, I don't even know where that is, dude. In relative, I don't know. It really depends. IRIC is what Spaceport America Cup is called now. Yeah. Actually, June, there's another week that I really can't go anywhere. This week, I can't go anywhere. Because that's my wedding anniversary. Can't go. Yeah. And then I take this week off. 28th, or the 29th through the 6th. I take that off. That's my actual vacation that I give myself. Bring Brienne for her first Starship. I don't know, guys. We'll see how it transpires. I'm definitely not going to Flight 9, though. I already told Das I'm not doing it. Fast. There's a bigger fire station? Yeah, you clicked X instead of check mark on that road. I am trying to demolish that road on purpose. Alki Mahal is done. Food. Oh, nice. Hey, Chief.
Discovery,
How you doing today? All good. I'm good, man. Everything's good. Everything's fine. How's things with you? Waiting for water and sewage, right? I mean, we could hook up a technical. Get a small technical office going for now. All good here as well. Just came home from work. You really tired? That means you worked hard, man. That's good. We'll add sewage out to here for the planning phase. You need to rest as well. That's why I'm playing games today, dude. Because I've been doing a lot of wrenching. 2 days left. Dude, 150G profit. Look at that, man. I think we finally dialed this all in. Been watching the endless fight with rusted metal sheets. There shouldn't be much more cutting out on the back of that car, Chief. There's going to be more cutting out when we get to the center of the vehicle, but, yeah. There shouldn't be much more in the back, man. There's no, I mean, there ain't no car left. Like, look. There's no car. There's nothing there. There's just frame rails and some quarter panels. You know, I kind of want to say, like, hopefully the rest of the car, you know, hopefully this is the worst part, but I have a feeling that I don't want to jinx myself, so I'm going to shut up. Is there enough car to save? Of course there is, dude. Most, if not all of the parts of the car that are irreplaceable, so like the four, it's a 4-door. They don't make parts for 4 doors. So any of the metalwork that has to do with the 4 doors themselves is really hard to buy. Well, not hard. You can't buy patch panels for them. Luckily, most of the stuff that is irreplaceable, all of the stuff that has to do with 4 doors, the 4 doors themselves, the jambs for the doors, they're all okay. The passenger side rear door jamb is kill, though. That thing needs to be rebuilt, which really blows, but it is what it is, man. XTC 56-month resub. Yeah, and that's what I mean about, like, man, I hope that's the worst of it, but you're saying Ford doors? Oh, yeah. Gotta make it look good. Up and there it is. Okay, I'm gonna be paused for a little while. Oh. The car's performance has improved dramatically with so much missing, so much weight off the back. Yeah. Okay, so let's think. Where are we at? I really wanted this entire pie slice of city made and all of this made by 1970. We are a little bit behind, but the rate of progress is quite high thanks to our profitable services over here. Pretty good. We're doing okay. It's not the worst. Trains are way behind. We are, however, making progress on that front as well. When we unpause the game next, we'll start building the last part of this city. But for now, what we really need to do is plan on the future. I set up the way I wanted this was I wanted 10-year plans. All right, and then check on a year-to-year basis here. Now, we are a little bit behind over here, and that does suck. But what we got to do is start planning where we want to be by 1980. That's really important. This is kind of where I wanted to be by 1970, and I'll be honest, we're a little behind. We're not really exactly where I wanted to be. We don't have a lot of liquidity to be able to expand at the rate. We do have the means. Problem is just straight up buying raw materials, which is why I wasn't too incredibly against taking that loan to finish this, because that's a huge W for, you know, getting this done. I did get at least some of this finished. I really wanted to be on my own power supply, guys. I really did, but whatever. We'll rope that into the second part of the 10-year plan over here. Now, oil is fine. I did end up building a little construction mats area over here, and it is working. It's working pretty well. Prison is behind schedule. We have to finish that. In fact, I need them to build that, and then, yeah, those two need to be built, but I'll leave that. Now, what we really got to start doing is planning the NATO highway over here. We need to start planning this highway over here. We need to start planning iron over here, and I think it might be wise to do another village over here along the banks of the river. I think that might be an okay thing to do. In fact, I probably should have done that for the first part of the plan. How's the crime situation? Crime is 1%. 1% right now. That's bad. That's what I mean. The prison needs to be up and running. The city gets any bigger, and then the crime spirals out of control, and everybody leaves. We really need to get our prison industrial complex working correctly, but we will in good time. I need this construction depot up and running so we really can expand into construction mat production and then expand to this side of the city. Yeah. You know what I'm thinking, dudes? We got to do space news in about an hour. Right? It might be prudent to stop workers right now. And then, I don't know. Yeah, see, the problem is if we stop now, an hour to do anything is not... It's not going to get us anywhere. Let's lay out the ground plans first. I don't really want to get hard into planning, Violent. I really don't want to. I want the planning to be one continuous VOD where I can go at it with a fresh mind. Like, go at the whole thing with a fresh mind, dude, because, once again, we've got to start space news sooner rather than later. I don't want to be in the middle of planning something and be like, no, I got to finish this. No, I got to finish this. What we have thus far is pretty damn good, dude. It's pretty good. Yeah, I can't guarantee that I'm going to be on time. Don't forget to build the secret police headquarters. Yeah. Then we have to wait till next week for workers. I'll play workers again this week, dude. Interesting, Aquilux. Yeah, we could play workers again sometime later this week. When? How about we do the planning phase on Friday before the flame trench? Well, no, actually, no. Yeah, because doing automotive streams before the flame trench is always a rush. So that would be a good time. Yeah, we'll do the hardcore planning on Friday morning. But that leaves us at about an hour of leeway time here until space news. Either way, though, I'm really happy. Like, you know, I'm not at where I really wanted to be with this, guys, but, you know, for being essentially debt-free this whole time, I took one bridge loan so I could get the food factory done. Yeah, we're doing pretty damn good. Yeah, I want to plan this and not... I wanted it one continuous VOD, do all the planning. We can do all the planning over here as well, and then we gotta do the planning down here, as well as the expansion of the city, because the city's got to expand. We got to keep expanding. So I'll probably get the other side figured out as well. I should still have a bulldozer sitting over here somewhere. Pretty sure I do. Yep. How much capacity do you have left at the border? Capacity? The borders are, for the most part, empty. This one gets a little bit swamped nowadays. Unpause and play until space news, then plan on Friday. I don't hate that idea, to be honest with you. You guys cool with that? All right. Well, I'm thinking. Nah, dude, that screws the continuity, man. I don't really want to do that, say. I'm thinking about what we want to do. I really want to keep with the plan on April 1st, guys. So, I don't know. Let's think of something. It's only 30 minutes at this point. I'll take the break, or I could just take my break now and we'll start Space News a little bit earlier if you want. We do have to do that deep dive into Slick 6. I wanted to do something a little bit different for Space News today and show about the history of Slick 6. The reason why is because SpaceX has plans to demolish a lot of the structures at Space Launch Complex 6 at Vandenberg, and a lot of people are mad about it. I'd like to give a little bit of a history lesson on that launch site, so Space News might take a little bit longer. So, yeah, I think, yeah, that's a good idea. But then again, we don't want to stop Space and Rocket review. Dang it, I didn't think this would play out like this. I should have paused that dang game more. Yeah, let's just do some analysis. You know, 10, I don't mind that. Let's figure out really where we want to go. So when we do the planning, it's just all building. That's a good idea. We'll keep going, dudes. Don't go anywhere. We'll play for another 30 minutes. All right, we're back. So, guys, I actually wanted to check something. So if you look in here in the housing stuff, right there, the village house, see this? How do we build that? It says we unlock the village house as a building to make. How do we do that? I'm just wondering, how do we build this single family homes in this game? Like, where are they in the building menu? I'm not sure I actually see them anywhere. Yeah, it's very weird because don't buildings appear in the menu when researched? Well, yeah, all the other buildings came in just fine. I just don't know where to build the dang old village house. Maybe it's a subcategory of a different building. That's not really a thing in this game, dude. Just, yeah, I really wish I knew. Are they almost done with that road? Yeah. Yeah, they're making progress. Cool. Water pipe is making good progress. Yeah, we're gonna have to get plumbing out here. Hang on, I'm just Googling it. In the research tree under high quality flats, it lists unlock as 2 prefab houses and 1 village house with an icon like the ones that naturally spawn on the map. But I can't seem to find an option to actually build these. Starovio. Yeah, that didn't really give me anything that I wanted. All right, well, we can plan for the next part of the city to be profitable and whatnot. The city's going to be a lot bigger soon in the future, so what I think we should do is wanted to build out a bigger right of way over here. Not just for the road. One thing I'm thinking is that if we expand the city, right, I think a tram system is in order. I've never messed with these before, and I think we probably should. So I was thinking build a tram that, like, terminates right here by the clothing factory or something. And then, you know, goes this way. You still want to do iron, you said. Does that mean steel mill? Yeah, but we're going to need an iron plant, the iron mine, and it has 250. We're probably going to need another village over here, dude. That's just a little bit too long of a distance. Yeah, I'm going to need a... I'm thinking... Let me look at the map. Another village probably right here in this area is, you know, along the highway. The NATO highway. You know, we'll build the highway out. The highway will go this way, and then it'll curve around here, and then it'll cross. Yeah, it'll cross down here, And we could have it turn again and come down here and intersect another highway. Or have another highway go this way and build the intersection on this island right here. That's probably what we should do. Do you have plans on making a dock? I would like to build a harbor over here. Get rid of that isthmus right there and build a harbor right here.
Discovery.
The train tracks could curve around and connect in. Hey, Ringer, 2-month resub. Thanks, man. Train tracks could curve around, come in. You build a heavy dock right here with everything that we need, resource offload, and then we have direct access to the train route, to the tracks. Hey, Andrew, what's going on? I'm so curious what your Republic will look like someday. A bigger version of that, dude. The trims, there's a building in the top row under roads. You have to connect a train track to it, plus road and train depot to put the tram in there. Then you can send them on the road, unless all your rails are electric. Oh. Okay. You can't bring them in by a truck? Oh. It's kind of weird, but alright. Yeah, but I like your planning with all the highways and also the port. Okay, I got you, Bomber. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I haven't watched too much of this game. Is there a space program? No, the devs are thinking about adding one as a DLC. Like where you could build launch sites and stuff and make it look like Baikonur and stuff hip. But yeah, they just said that that's a DLC. But we do need to diversify. We need to be able to make more things. So I did plan on, see this wide area here. I planned on building more industry here. Sure, you can make a super impressive space center. Dude, can you imagine if we like put it out on the corner over there? Just, yeah. Republic rocket train. I do want to make the train tracks like come in over here so we can get passenger trains in the village or in the city, but yeah, I'm still like I'm not sure how to do that, like how we're going to do it. We have so much track to build too. Woof. Yeah, that's cool, Aquax. Neat. Planning out construction massive import operations. Yeah, I mean, I want to build a port here, but I'm not sure what we're going to use it for. But I would like to, yeah. What I should do is over here buy 2 bulldozers and unpause the game for a second. Oh, it ticked over to April 2nd. Crap, I wanted to get it done before April 1st, but that's okay. So we buy 2 bulldozers over here so we could start grading this out. I do want to set a highway grading standard here, so... Now another thing to take into account is the tracks. Not 100% sure how we're going to go about doing that, but because the train tracks need to... So the first highway interchange needs to be right here, and then there's a train track interchange right next to it as well. You haven't heard this sound in a while. So, just like the other side, we need a piece of track that's 1,500 feet. Before the first junction. Like that. There we go. The third track, I'm not really sure what we'll do with that. I mean, it'd probably be better to have the third track on the outside, right? Like, so if we do need to run it, we have the space. Now, we're going to have a big highway here, but I got to connect in with that Y, and we also need to build an area over here for the iron mine. Engine shed? The engine shed's over there, dude. It's over here. I mean, I could build another depot like that over here. But... the river by the NATO gate, could you turn that into a port? No, I don't think this has... Yeah, the access isn't good enough for a ship, dude. Now that we've established where the tracks go, Let me just get my profiling tool. Make sure that we're more or less flat. Oh. Hang on 1 second, please. Profile tool has to be good, man. We have to be right, or else it's gonna come out lumpy. Alright, now we gotta make the tracks come out of here. Like that. Run them double paralleled. Bingo. Nice. Cool. Alright, so that should give me some breathing space away from the highway. We do want the highway over here. And now a good way to do this with the highway is to run a road You don't want that steep of a grade, so that's where I want my highway road to start, and I would really like it to follow the grid like this. So let's put down the first planned bit of road, and just like the other highways, we want to make it 7 wide, so we have plenty of space in case we need to expand this road. Now, what we do is back over here. Tie up the road to a certain extent here. That's the center road there. And then that's the center road there. We need an excavator. Ah, crap. I gotta put an excavator there, but that's okay. All right, that's going to give us basically the level up to the road. We'll put an excavator in another stream. And now we build a highway right away. So this highway will be the major access into NATO. Into a NATO border. And what we're going to have to do is across here, we're going to have to build out another village. And that village is going to need to make profit somehow. Profit that they're going to need to make is probably iron and steel.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, bro. Dinner time. Oh. $99 months. Thank you, baby. I love you. Alright, well, we got a good stretch of highway there, but I think, because it's dinner time, that's a good time to, that's a good place to stop. Alright, so, I am going to take a 30-minute break here, and I will be back for Space News pretty much at the top of the hour here. On the YouTube side of things, you guys know the drill. This VOD will end, but the stream will start back up in about 30 minutes. On the Twitch side of things, just sit and enjoy the space tunes, dudes. We have, there's some pretty good stuff to talk about, dudes. Pretty good stuff. All right. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Stay tuned for Space News. On YouTube, stand by for loss of signal as expected. I hope you enjoyed part 34 of the Yakograd Republic. Part 35 is going to be a heavy planning VOD. That should be a little bit later in this week. We'll see. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night. Wait. Thank you very much for watching. No, I got my outros confused. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Or have a good night. I don't know, whatever. I'll be back. See you in a bit.